Check. Hello, 100. Hi there, good morning, and welcome along to the Online Darts Live League here on Sporty Stuff TV. We're going to get Group C started this morning, the first of a double session of darts on Thursday. But first, we'll have a look at what's happened already this week, as Group A took place on Tuesday and Wednesday, and it was won by the very, very impressive Gary Stone. In one of his matches, he had an average of 112. He only lost one game, and therefore he topped the table and booked his place at finals night on Saturday. Martin Adams and Jared Cole finished second and third with decent displays themselves, losing just 2 and 3 games respectively, and they move into Group B and will be in action this evening, while Andy Jenkins, Robert Rickwood and Steve Brown were battling out at the other half of the table, and they are all going to be in action in Group C today. So we'll take a quick look at the fixtures. That trio joined by the incoming Matthew Edgar, Johnny Haynes and Steve Haggerty. Edgar facing Andy Jenkins in the first match of the day. Haynes then takes on Rickwood and Haggerty meets Brown. All players playing each other once today and once again tomorrow. The action on air here on Sporty Stuff TV until around 2 p.m. at the end of the Matthew Edgar Steve Brown game. Well, let's get the action underway, shall we? And there is Matthew Edgar, prime time, ready to take on Rocky. Andy Jenkins, the 51-year-old former World Championship semi-finalist. And the 35-year-old Daventry darter that is Matthew Edgar, standing in his way in the opening match.
No, it feels like it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Owen Biggs refereeing. I'm Chris Murphy commentating. Thank you for watching. And the
97.
The trio, Jenkins, Rickwood and Brown, will be hoping for a much better return in Group C than they got in Group A. I think that is
93.
safe to say. Matthew Edgar is a tough start for Andy
96.
Jenkins, a man who's won more than half of his matches on his debut season at the Live League. Played more than 50
60.
games, has won 27 of 52.
81. $140.
But Andy Jenkins has beaten him in 2 of their 3 meetings. However, they're so long ago that you can't really
11.
expect them to count for anything. 2011, 2013, the 2 wins for Andy Jenkins. Matt Edgar won
140.
their most recent meeting, which itself was 6 years ago.
100. Matthew requires 68.
Edgar looking to break immediately here. Well, that's a big slip from prime time.
36. And he requires
In the
160.
breakfast slot this morning. And Jenkins slots a dart into the treble and gets a dart at the double. And he
Even
takes
shot
it
the
out.
first
Well,
leg.
it's a real steal
Andy
from Andy
Jenkins.
Jenkins, who pounces on the mistake from Matthew Edgar to take the opening leg with a fine 116 outshot.
Second leg is Matthew to throw first. 96. 40. 96.
There's a man who's made a name for himself.
96.
One of the most darts famous non-tour card holders, you might say, Matthew Edgar, because of his
96.
exploits on YouTube and social media.
100. 99.
But a very decent darts player in his own right as well. Winner of 2 Challenge Tour events.
65. Matthew, require 114.
Been a tour card holder for a long old time before falling off the tour last year.
58.
Had a 4-year spell on it.
180. Matthew, require 56.
Go with another 4 years in separate stints before that. And the 180 from Jenkins. Will it rattle Edgar?
On the second
There
leg.
is the
Matthew
affirmative answer from Edgar, who pins double 10 to level up this match at 1 apiece.
They'll look, it's Andy to throw first. Game on. $100. 60. 100. 81.
Most recently, we saw Edgar at the Players' Championship events in Niedenhausen.
140.
He got a victory against Karol Sedlacek, 6-0. Great win.
96. And he required
Topping up from the Challenge Tour before
161.
losing out to Simon Whitlock, who of course went on to win the World Cup of Darts for Australia with Damon Heta that weekend.
99. 100. And he requires 62. 46. Matthew
Whitlock,
require 164.
Lives in the Hampshire area now, has had many a battle with Andy Jenkins himself in local events.
64. And he requires 16.
Jenkins looking to close out the leg on throw.
12. Matthew, you require 100.
But instead hands an opportunity to Edgar, who may look at 2 tops here. Well, he went for treble 16, but he was
48.
way off the
and
mark.
he require 4.
And it's double 2 for Andy Jenkins.
Game shot on the third leg. Andy Jenkins.
But he gets there in the end. Double 1, getting Jenkins over the line after missing a handful of darts at double, but he leads 2-1.
It's Matthew to throw first. Game on.
5 darts missed at the outer ring before eventually pinning the smallest double on the board.
100.
In terms of amount of points, that is, of course.
45.
They're all the same size in terms of area, apart from the bull, which is the smallest.
54.
But the largest amount of points.
85. 45. 100. 95. 177.
Super visit from Andy Jenkins, and it puts him in a position to break Edgar here.
137. And he required 94.
Choices for Rocky. Looks like treble 18 is going to be the target, and he gets it. Double 10.
84.
Well, everything
Matthew, you require
leading
70.
up to the darts at double was sublime by Andy Jenkins, but he couldn't get the important bit. And now Edgar gets a go at double 16.
38.
But he fails to find it.
And he required 10.
Awkward double 5, but he has just hit double 1. Now he needs single 1 and double 2, which he missed in the previous leg.
6.
And therein lies the problem for Andy Jenkins.
requires
That's now
32.
9 darts missed at double across the last 2 legs.
Game shot on the 4th
Managed
leg.
to win the last
Matthew
one,
Edgar.
but loses this one as Edgar does pin that double 16 and squares up the match at 2-2. Will Jenkins
5th leg is
rue
Andy to throw first. Game
those
on.
missed chances come the end of this match? There you see a similar standard, but
96.
Jenkins is outscoring Matthew Edgar for the most part. It's been the 9 darts
100.
double that have been missed that have brought his average down. 2 hits out of 11 for
95.
Andy. 2 hits out of 4 for Matthew Edgar.
140. 85. 60. 171.
The horse, the 171 all around the trebles again. Superior, sublime.
58. And he required 54.
Successful scoring from Andy Jenkins, but the doubling has caused him
Game
trouble.
on the 5th leg. Andy Jenkins.
However, not on this occasion, and Jenkins cleans up the 54 combination following that 171.
6th leg, it's Matthew to throw first.
And regains the lead again. He's had a 180, a 177,
100.
and a 171 in this match. Plus 7 further scores in 3 figures, make that
100.
8. Scoring has been very, very good from the Cosham Chucker.
80. 177.
Carries on. Well, it's now a run of 4 consecutive legs in which Andy Jenkins has had visits with 3 big
58.
trebles. 2 of them 177. And he's in again. This is brilliant. Demonic darts
140.
from Rocky Andy Jenkins, bruising Matthew Edgar in this opening match. And this is exactly what he wanted after
96.
winning just
And he
2
got
matches across the
84.
last couple of days in Group A. Rocky's going to fly now.
60.
Well, he
Matthew
will
require
expect to be back.
167.
Edgar on a huge outshot, which isn't going to go. So double 12 for Andy Jenkins when he returns.
94. And he required 24. Game shot on the
And it
match.
goes.
Andy Jenkins.
Really good start for Andy Jenkins. Top performance in the scoring stakes. 277s, a 171 and a 180 in there. Yes, some dodgy doubling at times, but he gave himself so many more opportunities than Matthew Edgar, and in the end was good value for that 4-2 win to pick up the first 2 points on offer in Group C. Attention turns to Robert Rickwood next, another player who won 2 matches in Group A. He faces the incoming Johnny Haynes, and it's coming up in a couple of minutes. Welcome back after a strong start for Andy Jenkins. It's over to two more senior statesmen of the live league as Robert Rickwood faces Johnny Haynes. Rickwood, who participated in Group A earlier this week with just a couple of victories to his name. The Burnley man, former winner on the Challenge Tour, nicknamed The Rock, takes on the Punk, 57 years of age from Swindon, Johnny Haynes, a participant in both World Championships.
Okay, first leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Over his career, including that trip to the lakeside a couple of months ago.
81. 60.
Won his first match there against John Scott, but lost 3-2 in a hard-fought battle against the number 1 seed Brian Roman in the last 32.
100.
That's the last time we saw Haynes.
$96. 121.
We've seen Rickwood all this week, and I think it's fair to say that he struggled at times.
45. 135.
Both of his victories came against Andy Jenkins, who's just put in a very decent showing in his opening match.
100. Robbie requires 64.
And this could be a very strong start for Robert Rickwood.
On the first leg.
And it is indeed a very clinical kill of that 64 to take the opening leg. And Rickwood leads 1-0.
Second leg is Johnny to throw first. Game on.
A 14 darter to do it.
60. 83.
Rickwood, who himself has never actually played in a World Championship tournament. He did appear in the World Masters on a couple of occasions in 2013 and 2017, the UK Open in 2018, and the BDO World Trophy in 2014.
81. 100. 123. 60.
Both these players are eligible for and have played in qualifiers and tour events on the World Seniors Tour,
55.
which is going to host its third major in little over a week's time at the Bonus Arena in Hull. Limited tickets are still available for that event. Just
136.
head to the Bonus Arena Hull website if you want to see some of the legends light up the stage, the likes of Phil Taylor,
55.
Keith Deller, John Lowe,
Johnny
Bob Anderson.
48.
Here Haynes looking at
Haynes
tops.
on the second leg. Johnny Haynes.
And that is his forte. He will go that way throughout the course of the day's darts, and he finds it at the first attempt to level up.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on. 180.
And Robert responds with his first maximum, the first maximum of this match.
40. 81. 42. $60. 98. 100.
Good stuff from Robert Rickwood, down to 80 after a dozen darts. Looking likely to hang on to his throw again. Haynes way off the pace
44.
in leg 3.
Robert,
That's
you
his
require
third score
80.
in the 40s of the leg. So double top.
60.
Not quite found.
$60. Robert, you require 20. $15.
I just wonder if there was an argument there for splitting. Maybe even busting.
177. Robert, you require 5.
Has got a stronger case now.
$3.
Even stronger.
Johnny require 40.
The evidence is becoming hard to ignore.
Game's
Case
on the
closed.
third leg. Johnny
Haynes comes from nowhere to break throw in the third leg after Robert Rickwood made a mess on the doubles, and Haynes leads.
Like it's Johnny to throw first.
6
Game
starts missed at double for Robert Rickwood. But he could have had at least one more, and he decided to split or
80.
bust rather than going for the double 5.
$97.
This is the second of 15 matches brought to you live here on Sporty Stuff TV today.
55. $121. $100.
Next one will be Steve Brown against a debutant at the Live League in Steve Haggerty.
$43. $99. $60. Johnny Rock 167. $100. $140.
Good setup.
Johnny Rock
Johnny Haynes has been clinical on his finishers so far. Hasn't missed a dart at double, but it might only be a dart at the bull here. That's all he gets.
22. Robert, you require
Rickwood gets
40.
a chance to break back. It's low again. It's left again.
35.
And he's left 5 again. And that's
Johnny
twice in the
requires
last couple of
45.
legs that he's chased around from 40 and ended up on 5. And Johnny Haynes, I'm sure, will be a very, very grateful recipient of the gift.
25.
This time he doesn't accept.
Robert, you require 5.
Only just in the 1.
Game on
But
the
he
fourth
does
leg.
find the double
Robert
2.
Rickwood.
And Robert Rickwood makes it 2-2, breaking straight back, but only after Haynes had missed a couple of darts at double
Fifth leg, it's
himself.
Robert to throw first. Game on.
In fact, he missed 3, including the bullseye.
$81. 39. 134. 60. 140. 60. Robbie Rock 146. 58.
Haynes hasn't
81.
really managed to get his
Robbie
scoring
Rock
going at any
88.
point in this match, and Rickwood is getting ample opportunities at doubles. Doesn't need to go for the bull here.
39.
Well, I don't quite understand that from Robert Rickwood.
100. Robbie Rock 49. Game shot on the
And he
fifth
manages
leg.
to sneak
Robert
it in
Rickwood.
just underneath the wire and into the double. So Rickwood back ahead in this game and now one away from an opening win.
Sixth leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
And what a couple of days it was in Group A, and what a couple of days it was for Gary
140.
Stone. One of the best Group A performances we've seen at the Live League this year. Dropping just one match. That
60.
was against Martin Adams on Tuesday. Won all 5 of his games yesterday. Averaged a personal best 112 in one of them. He was absolutely superb, the Scotsman. And he will be
100.
the man to beat, I'm sure, come finals night on Saturday. 2 players from this group will join him come the end of tomorrow's action.
100.
And 3 players from Group B, which gets underway this evening. 10 p.m. live here on Sporty Stuff TV. I'll be chatting about the action live around
60.
8:25 tonight as well, so do tune in then if you want a bit of a preview.
$100.
Group B comprised of Dan Reed, Graham Usher, Jared Cole, Justin Smith, and the one and only Martin Adams.
99. 60. Johnny require 102.
Well, it's looking like this one is going the distance. 17 to leave his
62.
favourite double.
$97. Johnny require 40. Game shot on the sixth.
Which goes in.
Johnny Haynes.
Well, Haynes hasn't really kept up with the scoring for most of this match, but his doubling has been slightly sharper. And for
Seventh
that
and final leg is
reason,
Robert to throw
the game
first.
is tied at 3-3.
$140.
14 scores of 100 or more for Robert Rickwood, 9 for Johnny Haynes, but he's only had 6 attempts at double to Rickwood's 14.
60. $121. $140. $100. $100. Robbie, you require 140.
6 darts from here to win it. He's needed plenty of darts in most legs to finish. He may only need 3 to finish 140.
Game
Wow.
shot on the match.
What a way to win it that is
Robert
from Robert
Rickwood.
Rickwood, who takes out a 140 checkout, 60, 60, and double 10. And that wins the last leg decider for Robert Rickwood of Burnley. A 4-3 success over Johnny Haynes in that pair's opener for the day. Superior scoring from Rickwood. His finishing was a little bit dodgy at times, but did he put that right at the end with that 140 checkout? Yes, he did, and he picks up 2 points today in his first match, just like Andy Jenkins did, and their fellow Group A participant Steve Brown will be looking to do the same when he takes on debutant Steve Haggerty next. Hi there, welcome back. On we go with Game 3 here on Thursday at the Live League. It's Group C, and it is Steve Brown against Steve Haggerty. Haggerty, a debutant at the Live League, the Essex ace who picked up a challenge to a title earlier this year, 32 years of age, nicknamed Haggis. And Brown, the bomber from Bristol, 41 years of age, looking to follow in the footsteps of his fellow Group A participants. Andy Jenkins and Robert Rickwood in winning their opening matches in Group
Hey,
C.
first, look at Steve Brown to throw first. Game on. $100.
It'll be interesting to see what Steve Haggerty can produce. It's a big
80.
deal for him, this. A selection, an invitation for the Live League. Having won one of those Challenge Tour events earlier this year, he's only
60.
ever played in 9 Challenge Tour events, a handful in 2020 and 5 this year. So winning one of them is quite a decent
140.
conversion rate. Works as an admin for a well-known delivery firm.
58.
Let's see if his darts can deliver today. Sitting 11th on the Challenge Tour order of merit right now. Haggerty, who
140.
you can expect to average somewhere between 80 and 89 based on
125. Steve, you're 141.
what he's done on the Challenge Tour. We have also seen him
59.
at Players'
Steve, you're
Championship
158.
events. Did get a win against Jeff Smith, Canadian,
81 left, yeah.
and Ted Everts.
84. Steve, you require 82.
When he was topping up from the Challenge Tour.
62.
Well,
Steve,
maybe
you
just the
require
first signs of a few
74.
nerves there. That dart at the 17 was precariously close to the treble. Steve Brown will be looking to take advantage of the miss.
58.
Can't manage
Steve,
it,
you
so
require
Haggis
20.
returns. And he
Game's on the
bets
first
double 5.
leg. Steve
To
Haggerty.
break Brown's throw in the very first leg, all going swimmingly for Steve Haggerty on his Live League debut so far, 1-0.
Second leg, it's Steve Haggerty to throw first. Game on. $140.
He's got a kind of relaxed lob, hasn't he, Haggerty?
76.
Not in front of the face at all. A tall
96.
player, all below his line of sight. Kind of throwing from the shoulder area.
76.
But it's going to be one of those throws that when it's going well, it's going to look
59.
very aesthetically pleasing. Easy on the eye.
30.
Well, they won't be easy on the eye of Steve Brown.
$45. $60. Stevie require 161. $51. $85. Stevie require 110. $54.
Not really been challenged here by Brown. And this is
46.
albeit not an
Stevie require
electrifying
56.
start for Steve Haggerty. It's a more than comfortable one. And he's looking at tops to double his lead.
36. Stevie require
Unless
128.
Brown can pull out his best visit of the match so far, then Haggerty will come back, and he won't do that.
38. Stevie require 20. No score.
Oh, just
Stevie
pulled that
require
one.
90.
Haggerty, and it allows Brown an opportunity. It'll be 20s. Oh, he's gone for the bull first. 15 now. Excellent stuff. Double 10.
80.
The bit at the end was
Stevie
way off.
require 20.
Haggerty coming back.
Game show on the
Pinning the
second
double
leg.
that Brown
Steve
had just
Haggerty.
missed. And Haggerty doubles his lead on his debut. A good start for him. Steve Brown with work to do.
They'll get Steve Brown to throw first. $100.
See the standard.
25.
Some way off the expected standard from this pair. That is to say, their kind of mean performance in terms of averages.
85.
Haggerty, 84.34. Measured across his last
60.
50-odd matches. Steve Brown, 87.64.
$45. $44. $59. $39.
Well, this is a poor leg, really poor leg from Haggerty. 25, 60, 44, 39.
66. $80. Stevie record 146.
Brown with seemingly plenty of time to clean up this.
100. $140. Stevie record 46.
But he hasn't cleaned it up, and the 140,
Stevie
a
require
fourth
113.
140 in the match from Haggerty, has put him back in the picture. Treble 19.
53. Stevie required
Steve Brown's
20.
had and missed 5 darts at double so far. That becomes 6.
Game
but
show on the
not
third
7.
leg. Steve Brown.
And he's back in the match, Steve Brown. After finding that double 5, he trails 2-1. Haggerty with the darts in leg 4.
Fourth leg, it's Steve Haggerty to throw first. $140.
5 140s now for Steve Haggerty. Hasn't had a level ton.
85.
If he finds one treble, he finds another.
58. $140.
And in contrast, that's the first 2 treble turn that Steve Brown has had in this match.
54. $95.
Well, still
$95.
no straight ton for Haggerty because he couldn't keep straight. The third dart seems to be the worst in most visits for Steve Haggerty.
60. Steve, you're 154. $94. Steve, you're 121.
Not a bad one there. He sets up 60 and Brown, after the first dart, couldn't go out.
73. Steve, you're 60.
So a couple of missed big numbers there for Bomber.
Game's on the fourth
And
leg.
Haggerty
Steve
hooks that
Haggerty.
double 10 again to lead 3-1 and move one away from a debut victory here at the Online Darts Live League.
Fifth leg, it's Steve Brown to throw first. Game on. $140.
Yeah, as you can see, a shaky start, and it's been a difficult week for Steve Brown. Hasn't produced,
84.
I was going to say his best stuff, but not even his sort of average stuff for most of the week.
91.
Had an overall average in Group A
100.
of 82.96. That was the poorest, and he did finish bottom on leg difference from Andy Jenkins and Robert Rickwood.
180.
Well, that will inflate the average here and get him back into the game. A maximum to leave 90 after 9.
56. Stevie Rook 190.
This is what he can do. Bullseye. Bullseye if he wants it.
50.
But had no need to go that way. Surprised he didn't just stay on the 25 for a dart at tops in the previous visit, but his choice, his prerogative.
Game's on the fifth leg.
And it
Steve
turns
Brown.
out he didn't need the extra dart at it anyway. He takes tops out in 3 and cuts the gap to 1.
Fifth leg, it's Steve Haggerty to throw first. Game on.
Haggerty has the darts to try and get the job done here.
100. 80. 45. 125. 60. 80. 81.
'Well, Brown knows he's still very much in this match.
44.
That's why he was trying to hunt down a treble, but actually didn't think. And you just see the eye roll there
100.
from Steve Brown, because a 25 would have left him on a finish.
85. Stevie require 115.
Choices here for Haggerty. Maybe the bull. Starts on treble 20, so treble 19 would have left double 19.
59.
Steve Brown should
Stevie
get
require
at least a
87.
dart at the bull to stay in this match and force a decider. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
No, 69 left. 34. Stevie require 56.
Miss big number. And Haggerty has kind of done the same
26. Stevie require 54.
and thrown away his last dart in anger and left it awkward for himself if he does come back. And he will come back. This is getting
49.
all very, very
Stevie
scrappy
require 30.
at the end of this showdown. And Steve Haggerty, well, he should not have been on double 15. And therein lies the problem. And he
18.
can't put it right. And now Steve Brown
Steve, you
looking for
require
scraps
5.
here. Do not miss the big 3. Almost hit the treble. Nowhere near the double 1. Safety
3.
first, but too safe.
Steve, you require 12.
And it's double 6 to bring an end to what has been a gritty, scrappy affair.
Game shot
which
on the
is won
match
by
Steve
Haggerty on his debut at the Online Darts Live League. A big puff of the cheeks there from Steve Brown. It really was a battle, wasn't it, that one? Nothing to write home about in the averages. Both players capable of much better than that. But all that Steve Haggerty will care about is getting that debut victory and picking up 2 points in his first match ever at the Live League. We move into the second set of games after the break, and it starts with Matthew Edgar taking on Robert Rickwood. Welcome back. We move into the second set of games. All have played once. Robert Rickwood has won once and Matthew Edgar has lost once. And he'll be looking to put that right now. Here he is, prime time. The man responsible for Edgar TV. Taking on the 50-year-old Challenge Cheer event winner, The Rock, Robert Rickwood. Who beat Johnny Haynes 4-3 in his opening match. Edgar went down 4-2 to Rocky, Andy Jenkins.
Hey, first, it's Matthew to throw first. Game on.
wrestling fan, Matthew Edgar.
57.
And we had Stone, Cole and The Rock yesterday. This man, Robert Rickwood, and Gary Stone and Jared Cole, who made it through to Cole made it through to Group B. Gary Stone made it through to finals night with his Group A victory,
100.
And looking at this group, personally would have Matthew Edgar up there as favourite to win it, but Andy Jenkins
60.
Gave him a little bit of a lesson in the opening match of the day. A very good performance
100.
from the Portsmouth player, it has to be said. 91.29 average, the only 90-plus average of the day so far.
120.
Oh, that's unlucky for Rickwood. 1 in and 1 out. And there were 4 scores of 170 or more for Andy Jenkins against Edgar in that match. Performance of that first set of round robin rubbers.
91. Matthew Rickwood 104.
And that's very nicely done from Matthew Edgar to take the first leg in this match. A fine 104 finish to get things going.
Second leg is Robert to throw first. $59.
Robert Rickwood won his previous match in style, the 140 finish. Hit a 140.
180.
And then in the very next leg he played, had a 104 hit against him. And now Edgar backs it up with a maximum to start leg 2.
100.
Are we going to see the prime time 9? Well, no is the answer.
99.
But he's put himself in a good position here to double his lead with a break to boot. And Robert Rickwood will be playing chaser.
140.
If that does indeed happen. 20 behind, but these 3 darts in hand. Has to go 18s now.
58. $100. Matthew Rickwood 164. $92. Robert, you require 102.
So to hold on to his throne, restore parity. Can't manage to get a dart at double, just set it up.
Matthew requires 72.
But double 16, we'll see Edgar
Game shown the
double his lead, and that's exactly what he does. Great stuff from Edgar here. Takes out 72.
So look, it's Matthew to throw first.
Following the 104.
131.
In the opening leg.
$22. $43. $59. $58. $140. $81. $140. $180.
Well, it's brilliant. The 180 to leave double 4. Rickwood has done this before, but he won't do it again.
100. Matthew require 8. Game shot on the third leg.
And Edgar
Matthew Edgar.
gets the dart in double four after just placing one outside, and he races into a 3-leg lead.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on. $100. 60. $100. 43. $97.
Rickwood looking to avoid the whitewash here and doing a decent job.
$134.
But Edgar back in the hunt to complete a 4-0 thumping.
60. $140. Robbie Rock 144.
So 144. And that allows the opportunity for Edgar to take out the 124 to complete the performance
124
of the first 4 matches. 54 for the Bull. Can't quite
56.
find the treble required.
Robert, you require 100.
May well be back. 60. Top stops. Didn't give it enough oomph.
60.
After winning his
Matthew
first match in a
requires
decider,
68.
Robert Rickwood has been battered here by Matthew Edgar. Didn't want
28.
double top, I feel sure of that.
Robert, you require
Meant to hit a
40.
16. That's more his forte, not 40. And 40 can't be found
20.
by Robert Rickwood either.
Matthew, you require 40.
But Edgar
Game
finds
shot
it
on
this
the
time.
match. Matthew Edgar.
And the double top sees Edgar win 4-0, an average of over 91, a couple of 180s in there. Much better stuff from Matthew Edgar, who went down to a similar kind of display from Andy Jenkins in his first match. But he picks up his first points. The checking out very good indeed, wasn't it? 4 out of 6. So 104 got the party started for prime time, and he never looked back. 2 points in the pocket of Matthew Edgar. And coming next, it's Andy Jenkins looking to move on to 4, as is his opponent Steve Haggerty. Stay tuned. On we go then with Game 5 of 15, brought to you live on Sporty Stuff TV today, the home of the Online Darts Live League, and it is debutant Steve Haggerty against Andy Rocky Jenkins. And there is Rocky on the hockey. He'll be acting cocky after that first 4-2 victory over Matthew Edgar. Edgar then beat Robert Rickwood 4-0. Haggerty got the better of Steve Brown 4-2. But there were some nervy moments. In fact, the entire match was one long nervy moment, wasn't it? But Jenkins was very accomplished in his performance against Edgar. The highest average of the day, he hit a 171, two 177s and a 180 in that. A 116 checkout as well. Steve Haggerty getting over the line in that scrappy affair against Brown on his debut. Brown will be back to face Johnny Haynes in Game 6. And it's Matthew Edgar against Steve Haggerty in Game 7. Before Robert Rickwood faces Brown and Jenkins returns to take on Johnny Haynes in Match 9.
Okay, first I get Steve to throw first. Game on.
But here in Match 4, it is a meeting between two men who have won Challenge Tour titles this year. In Andy Jenkins and Steve Haggerty.
140.
Haggerty currently 11th on the Challenge Tour
96.
Order of Merit. Andy Jenkins sitting in 5th spot.
85. 41. 100. 121. 100. 100. Stevie requires 76. 68. And he requires 143.
So 143 for Andy Jenkins after Haggerty missed the opportunity to take the opening leg. Jenkins can't complete that enormous
130.
checkout, but he does leave it
Stevie
reasonably
requires
handy. Meant to hit the 25 then.
Game shot on the first
That's what
leg.
Haggerty wanted.
Steve Haggerty.
And despite not having a great performance in the first match, he may just settle him down. We might start to see the best of Steve Haggerty as the day goes on, as he settles into life.
It's Andy to throw first.
And that is a settler in this match.
$42. 27. 85. 125. 42. 100. 78. 97.
And Haggerty making the running in this leg as well. Jenkins was on fire in his opener.
81. Stevie Rock 152.
The flames seem to have been doused out. And it's Haggerty making moves. Another in there. Couldn't quite be found from Haggis.
96.
The Essex ace, as I mentioned, winner on Challenge 2 this year, as is Andy Jenkins.
133.
Who leaves himself on
Stevie
top
Rock
to apply the
156.
pressure, but this is for a breaker throw.
Game shown the second leg.
And Steve Haggerty
Haggerty.
has got that breaker throw and doubles his advantage and taken charge of this match in the early stages.
Then I get Steve to throw first. Game on. $60. $54.
He really is starting to flex
180.
his muscles now. Well, where has this come from? We didn't see any of this in his opening performance, did we?
140.
But I did inform you that he can play much better than that and has. And suggested that he probably will.
60.
And this is really good stuff from Steve Haggerty.
140.
Haven't
78.
actually
And he rocked
met,
167.
despite both playing their trade on the Challenge Tour this year and having deep runs on it as well. They'll be aware of each other.
60. Stevie Rockwire 123.
Certainly Haggerty will be aware of Andy Jenkins if he's been a darts fan through his youth. Top player, wasn't he, at one time?
91. And he Rockwire 107.
He even got a mention from Phil Taylor in a
59.
YouTube interview that was posted
Stevie
yesterday
Rockwire 32.
by the Professional Darts Corporation. You can watch that in between the two sessions
Games
today
on the
if you're
third leg.
a big darts
Steve
fan,
Haggerty.
which I'm sure you are, and you might be becoming a fan of Steve Haggerty because he's now 3-0 up on Andy Jenkins and showing no sign of relenting.
Fourth leg is Andy to throw first. $100. $135. $100. $81. $135. $100.
Well, even though I'm saying I expected better from Haggerty, based on what he's produced so far, I have to admit I didn't expect this. And Andy Jenkins, he's still producing an average here of 93.5.
29. And he requires
Is
32.
looking likely now to get a leg on the board. Don't write off a Rocky comeback. It's the story of Rocky, isn't it? You can never write him off.
16. Stevie require 156. $100. And he requires 16. Game show on the fourth leg. Andy Jenkins.
And you can't write him off just yet. Haggerty still has to get over the line. Jenkins takes the first leg, but Haggerty has the throw in leg 5.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first. $60. 60. 140. 58. 81. 140. 100.
Well, he's closing in.
41. Steve, you require 120.
The Shanghai shot to win the game. Might go, well, I was going to say might go bull, but probably no value
60.
in it with Jenkins not on a finish.
100. Steve, you require 60. Game shot and the match. Steve Haggerty.
From Steve Haggarty. Well, the man nicknamed Haggis was awful in his first match of the day, but he managed to win it. It was much, much better there. A 4-1 success for Haggerty, seeing off Andy Jenkins, who'd won convincingly in his first match today, hitting over half of his double attempts and his first 180 at the Live League as well. So it's maximum points on debut for Steve Haggerty. And coming up next, it is two players who lost their opening matches. In a couple of minutes' time, it will be Johnny Haynes against Steve Brown. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League, where 4 of the 6 players in Group C have picked up points so far. The 2 that haven't are going head-to-head now as Steve Brown takes on Johnny Haynes. So one of them will pick up their first points in the group. Steve Haggerty, the debutant, has picked up 4 points with wins over Brown and Andy Jenkins. The punk Johnny Haynes went down 4-3 to Robert Rickwood, while the Bristolian bomber Brown was beaten by Haggerty, as I mentioned, in a really
Okay, first leg, it's Johnny to throw
affair.
first. Game on. $140.
But it's back-to-back wins in the end for Haggerty. He will top the table after the first 2 sets of matches. This is game 6 of 15 being brought to you live on Sporty Stuff TV. In this session, we have a further 10 tonight.
41.
When Group B gets underway, featuring Martin Adams, Justin Smith, Jared Cole, Graham Usher and Dan
80.
Reed.
$87. $58. $57. $41.
Brown knows he needs to pick up the pace. It's been a disappointing week for him. Did see by social media that he's not been feeling
58.
very well. Hashtag Prawngate. Make of that what you will.
$41. Johnny require 118.
6 darts to complete this. May only need 3. Double top.
78.
Over the top. Did think for a moment there that Brown might just fill that up.
40.
Just to fluster Johnny Haynes a little bit. Maybe flustered anyway.
30.
Oh, that's close. That's unlucky.
52.
But the punk can't pin the double.
42.
Nor can Steve Brown,
Johnny
who bombs his opportunity.
10.
And it's 10s apiece. Splitting. But
6.
not hitting.
Stevie required
And
10.
Steve Brown also sitting on 10.
Five.
Well, only really attacked it with the last
Johnny
dart.
required 4.
Cautious darts from Steve Brown.
Aim on the first.
And there is no room for
Johnny
caution
Haynes.
in this game. It needs to be attack, attack, attack. And it is Johnny Haynes who capitalises and takes the first leg.
Second leg is Steve to throw first.
A long leg though it may have been. 25 darts to be exact.
125. $95. $25. $59. $26. $85. $100. 40, yeah. 100. 180.
The 180 from Steve Brown puts him in a position to finish.
Steve, you require 45.
Haynes scored 100 to leave 162 and left himself without an outshot.
Aim shot on the second
And
leg.
that helps
Steve Brown.
in levelling up the match at 1 apiece.
So it gets Johnny to throw first. Game on. $85. 60. 60. 70. 76. 100. 100. 60. 140.
Well, in the balance this one, Haynes down to a finish. On throw first again.
44. Johnny require 40.
And double top is that finish, and that is his favourite finish. But he can't finish it.
20.
And again, he's close to double
Steve
10, but not close enough. Now
167.
Steve Brown is looking to pull a rabbit out of the hat here. Oh, this will be magical. Not to be.
139.
Just leave it handy.
Johnny require 20.
2 10s. 2 10s.
10 score, yeah.
2 5s.
10.
Close again
Steve
with the last
required
star, but
28.
close. He's not close enough.
Game
And
shot on the
Steve
third
Brown
leg.
takes the lead
Steve
by
Brown.
breaking the throw. A little bit of an apology there. Don't do that, Steve. Don't apologise for winning legs. And he wins the third leg with a break.
Look at Steve to throw
lead 2-1.
first. 129. 140. 60. 100. 135. 60.
The pair have met just once before. Johnny Haynes, a 6-1 winner on that occasion.
30.
It was a UK Open qualifier some 7 years ago. Get the feeling that Steve Brown's not really enjoying
140. Steve, you're
his darts so far
147.
this week. Just all looks a little laboured. If he's feeling under the weather, then that's understandable.
49.
Just wants to get
He
through.
requires 61.
Important this could be to lose the first couple of games. It's a long way back when there's only 2 places up for grabs in a group.
21.
And that's over the
Steve,
top
you
once
require
again.
98.
Haynes' radar on tops is off. How's Steve Brown's on double 19? Left or right?
Game shown the
And
fourth
he uses that as a guide expertly there, Steve Brown, pinning the double and moving within 1 of his first victory of the day. 3-1.
It's Johnny to throw first. Game on. $45. 85. 140. 100.
There you see again, it's a match involving Steve Brown where both players are averaging in the 70s.
45.
People have been saying we're going back to the 70s, and that is the regression
100.
for this pair. Can Johnny Haynes strike?
60.
Following this, it will be Matthew Edgar against
60.
Steve Haggerty. Haggerty, who's got a perfect record so far at the Live League. 2 wins from 2, having beaten Brown earlier on. But Brown looks like he's in a good position to pick up his first points of the day here.
$85. Johnny require 111.
Can Haynes stop him? Not right
97.
now. So only Brown can stop himself.
71.
71 to win 4-1. Only a dart at the bull if he hits a 17. And that's what he has hit.
46.
And he can't bed the bull.
Johnny require 14.
Johnny Haynes has left himself 14. Splitting it. He hit a treble 20 to leave it, Johnny Haynes. What was he thinking?
Game shown the
Well,
fifth
maybe he
leg.
was thinking,
Johnny Haynes.
I'll just hit double 2 in the end. And that's what he's done for 3-2. Steve Brown, though, has the darts to win 4-2.
See if we get Steve to throw first. $39. 60. 180.
That is how to go about closing it out. Steve Brown with his second maximum of the match.
60.
Third of the day. Haynes, in fact, is the only player yet to hit one.
87.
Now, usually when I say that, they hit one straight away. You know what I mean? Ah, Johnny.
100.
Let me down. Steve Brown not letting himself down as he looks to close out this match with a
137.
very decent leg of darts. 14 darter on the cards and a 4-2 success to pick up his first points
45.
of the day.
You're going 58.
Double top. Double 10 it is, and Steve Brown does pick up his first point. Still not happy with the way he's playing. You can see that with the shakes of the head. but it's been no great shakes from Johnny Haynes either, and Brown takes advantage to win 4-2. He picks up his first 2 points of the day, leaving Haynes as the only player yet to do so. Steve Haggerty is the only man to have won both of his matches, and he is in action next against Matthew Edgar. That's coming up. Well, welcome back here to the Online Darts Live League on Sporty Stuff TV, where we are about to get the third set of round-robin matches underway with the so far unbeaten debutant Steve Haggerty taking on Matthew Edgar. There is Haggerty, the Essex ace, winner of a Challenge Tour event early this year, nicknamed Haggis, taking on prime time Matthew Edgar, who needs hardly any introduction. But he won his last match, having been beaten by Andy Jenkins in his first. He went and whitewashed Robert Rickwood and is looking to join Haggerty on 4 points at the top of the table.
It's Matthew to throw first. Game on.
Has played Haggerty
60
once this year, and it was actually in that Challenge Tour which Steve went on to win. It was a 5-4 success against Edgar in the semi-final. He went on to beat Hopai Puha 5-4 in the final to pick up his first title on the tour.
140. 100. 97. 91. 60. 80. Matthew, you require 144.
He was very, very good in his last match, Matthew Edgar.
60.
That 4-0 win over Rickwood.
96.
4 out of 6 of his double
Matthew require
attempts. Took
84.
out 104, averaged more than 91. 2 180s as well. Bullseye to take the first leg here.
Game
It's
on the
brilliant.
first leg.
Brilliant stuff
Matthew Edgar.
from Matthew Edgar, who beds a bullseye to take the opening leg with an 84 out shot. Very
So I'm gonna
nicely
get
done
Steve
indeed.
to throw first. $82. 95. 99. 96. 40. 60.
Haggerty looking to make it 3 win from 3 in his first outing at the Live League.
140.
Both Steve Brown and Andy Jenkins. Brown will be in action next to take on Robert Rickwood. Both of those players with 1 victory to their name. And then Jenkins will take on Johnny Haynes, who is yet to record a win.
60. Matthew require 167.
Well, we've just seen Prime Time hit the ball to take out 84. Doesn't get a dart at it for the 167,
99.
but he puts
Steve,
himself
require 80.
in a good position here, putting pressure on Steve Haggerty, who only gets 1 dart at tops.
40.
And he
Matthew
can't hit
requires
it.
68.
So a big opportunity for Edgar to get a breaker throw. Double 16 will do it.
Game
And he's
on the
been
second leg.
mustered
Matthew
on
Edgar.
that double so far today, and he finds it again to double his lead in this match. 2-0 Edgar, who throws first in
Then
leg
it's
3.
Matthew to throw first. $100. 96. 60. 60. 96. 180. 81. 27. Matthew require 164.
Just feel he might do something fancy at some point, Matthew Edgar.
56. Stevie require 138.
167 was beyond him. The 164 was beyond him. We've seen the bullseye finish already. Haggerty stays there for double 9.
120.
And it was almost him
Matthew
who
require
pulled off a
108.
fanciful finish. Double 16 again.
76.
This time he fails to find it. Now, what does Haggerty
Stevie
do here?
require 80.
Attack or set up? He attacks. He attacks.
9.
But he
Matthew
misses.
require 32.
And it's all out attack from Edgar, who looks to lead 3-0.
No score.
Well, that's unusual for him. 4
Steve,
darts
you require
consecutively missed at that double. Allowing Haggerty back for the 9. Don't miss the big number. Has
No
missed
score.
the big number.
Matthew, you require 32.
Allowing Edgar another handful of opportunities.
Game shot on the third leg.
And this time,
Matthew Edgar.
he takes that chance, and Edgar races into a 3-leg lead and needs just one more to win.
4-legged Steve to throw first.
And he's now won his last 7 legs, Matthew Edgar. Having beaten Robert Rickwood 4-0, he's
60.
looking for a second successive whitewash win.
95.
Rickwood in action next against Steve Brown.
96. 99. 85. 82. 60. 96. 60. Matthew require 129.
Well, he was looking for the treble.
97.
Option to
Steve,
go
you require
double-double there.
140.
But I guess with Haggerty on 140, which is an unlikely shot, Edgar's made the smart move.
78.
Left
Matthew
his
require
favourite
32.
double once again. He's had a love-hate relationship with it in this particular match.
Game
But he
shot
loves it
on the
now.
match.
It's a
Matthew
second
Edgar.
successive whitewash win for Matthew Edgar, who's dishing out the donuts today at the Live League. 4-0 against Robert Rickwood, followed by 4-0 against Steve Haggerty. And that sees him go top of the table, level on points with Haggerty. But of course, with those two emphatic wins, you'll have a better leg difference. It all started with that brilliant bullseye for the 84 checkout, and Edgar went on to earn himself a whitewash win. We'll have a few minutes before the next game comes on. 5, in fact, 11:30 the start time for Robert Rickwood against Steve Brown. Go and make yourselves a cuppa and join us for that. Welcome back to the action here at the Online Darts Live League, where we're about to see our first repeat meet of the week as two players who were in Group A go head-to-head. It's Steve Brown and Robert Rickwood. Steve Brown has dubbed Robert Rickwood the master of the moan in a tongue-in-cheek Twitter post this morning. He said he likes a moan more than me. I think Robert Rickwood's a little bit mischievous in winding up his fellow participants. And Steve Brown, he's looking to beat him for what would be the third time this week.
Okay, first I get Robert to throw first. Game on.
He's the only player that he did beat in Group A. 4-3 both days as well. Will we see
83.
the exact same outcome once again in a meeting between the pair?
58.
Rickwood started the day with a win, 4-3 against Johnny Haynes, but was then thumped by Matthew Edgar. Well, Brown went down to Haggerty 4-2 in a poor affair, but then got the better of Johnny Haynes 4-2 to get his third win of the week. Sorry, I meant his only 2 wins of the week before
140.
today. Those 2 victories in Group A for Brown over Rickwood.
77.
It's Rickwood who's worked his way down to a finish after 9 darts. He's come out like a train here, and he wants another one of those. And now he wants double 12.
126.
Just derailed at the double.
$140. Robbie required 12.
So he goes east for double 6.
Game shot on the
And he
first
goes in
leg.
double 6, and it's
Robert
a
Rickwood.
flying start for Robert Rickwood, who takes the lead with a very good leg of darts against Steve Brown. 1-0.
So we get Steve to throw
14
first.
darter for the 50-year-old.
98. $60.
Is it just me, or are these older players the more stubborn ones?
95.
'Cause you could see that he clearly did not like the lie, didn't think he could get into the treble 20, didn't, and didn't switch. Well, he learnt his lesson quickly, didn't he?
134.
Fair play. Turns out that you can teach an old dog new tricks.
96. $25.
Brown still with the advantage in the second leg, and he's making it count here.
180.
4 maximums for the day now for Bomber. That's more than anybody in this group so far.
96. Stevie required 32.
And double 16
on the
completes
second
a
leg.
13 dart leg
Brown.
for Steve Brown in response to the 14 dart leg from Rickwood in the opener. So a nice start to this game, a good standard. Can they maintain
Well,
it?
it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Both players up in the 90s. Brown closer to a ton.
100.
And Rickwood gets a ton to open this leg. Neither player has managed to average that high so far today.
45.
Only a couple of legs in, but the early signs are good. They've played well so far in this match. That's what the averages tell
60.
us. What they can never tell us is whether or not they'll continue to play well.
180.
But he is playing well, isn't he? Another 180. 2 now for Steve Brown. 5 for the day. And here comes Robert Rickwood getting in on the act. Not quite.
135. 40. 81. 180. Robert, you're 125.
Superb from Steve Brown. 2 180s in this leg.
65.
The man is a maximum machine all of a sudden.
36.
He can't get over the line in the leg.
Robert, you require 60.
And that will be a cause of frustration for Steve Brown, particularly if Rickwood can, and he does.
Robert Rickwood.
And despite the 2 180s from Steve Brown, it's Rickwood who wraps up the leg and regains the lead.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
I'm not sure he can believe this.
140.
Nobody else has got more than 3 180s all day. Steve Brown got 3.
60.
In a couple of legs.
60. 100.
On the average, more than 100 once, you know, in his career, Steve Brown. Always a steady player. But never really went to that next level.
54.
That 100 was actually only last year at a Players' Championship match against Boris Kritschmar.
$100. 100. 100. Steve, you record 147. 100.
A couple of 9 darters to his
Robert,
name.
you require 141.
It's the end of the 9 dart leg, usually. But can't be taken.
100. Steve, you require 47.
So 7 for tops, or 15 for double 16, I think was the intention there. Robert Rickwood looking puzzled. Is this exhibition stuff? Just put one outside the board and do it
15.
in 2. Couldn't quite manage it.
Robert, you require 41.
Rickwood
33.
can't nick the leg this time.
Steve, you require 32.
So double 16 for Steve Brown.
Game shown the
Gets there
fourth
in the end, and I think it's a fair scoreline at this juncture. He snatches his darts out of the board in anger, but it is 2-2, and he's still playing decent stuff despite that really ridiculous dart
Game on.
that missed by a mile for Steve Brown.
78. 43.
Mentioned those 2 9 darters that Steve Brown's had in his career. Let's do a little bit of Thursday trivia, shall we? And the question is, who did Steve Brown hit his 9 dart finishes against? Tweet your answers to @Darts Live League, and you can get in touch with me if you like, @Chris Murphy 180 as well on
41.
Twitter. And I will reveal the answer in the next match Steve Brown plays. So who did Brown hit his 2 PDC 9 dart finishes against?
140.
That's the question. A little bit of fun on Thursday here at the Live League.
45.
No clues.
$100.
We'd like to see one pretty soon, wouldn't we, here at the Live League? Haven't had one in 2022 yet, having seen
100. Robert, you
six
require
last year.
125.
No need for Rickwood to do anything fancy here, but he might anyway. Oh, look at this, another bullseye. It was
92.
blocked, it was barricaded. He had to go for it. Would have been popping the cork there on a champagne shot. Even Steve Brown affords a smile.
60. Robert, you require 33. Game shot on the fifth
And
leg.
Rickwood
Robert Rickwood.
wins leg 5 and edges ahead once again. Brown, though, has the darts to try and force a decider.
Sixth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Well, every match played between this pair this week has been 4-3, and it's been 4-3 in favour of Steve Brown. Is that going to continue?
100. $140.
Brown won with the darts on Tuesday, and he broke throw to win in that last leg decider
60.
yesterday.
$121. $60.
But maybe today is the day of the rock. As Rickwood remains rock solid, rock steady.
100.
And he's rocking and rolling towards a 4-2 success. We've already seen him win a match today by taking out 140. Can the very same finish earn him a win against a man who's beaten him twice already this week?
91. Robert, you require 140.
Maybe it can. Maybe it will.
130.
But it won't. Can't complete the feat. Can't repeat the feat. And can't deliver some darting deja vu. And we may still get some of that if Steve Brown somehow
140.
manages to win this match.
Robert, you require 10.
Double 5 to avoid that last leg decider.
Game shot
And
and the
Rickwood
match.
does
Robert Rickwood.
finally get the better of Brown. A 4-2 success for the Rock, who averages 92.7, 40% checkout success rate. Almost won it with a 140, but then found the double 5 to finally see off Steve Brown, having been beaten by him twice so far this week. A good win for Robert Rickwood. And now Andy Jenkins and Johnny Haynes are about to do battle. Haynes looking for his first victory in this group. There is going to be a little bit of a break, but we will be back in 5 or 6 minutes with that match. Stay with us. Welcome back to the action here at the Online Darts Live League, brought to you by Sporty Stuff TV. I'm Chris Murphy talking you through it, and the next match features Andy Jenkins and Johnny Haynes. Well, the punk from Swindon looking for his first victory of the day as Andy Jenkins pursues his second after a 4-2 win against Matthew Edgar, who tops the table because he's since whitewashed both Robert Rickwood and Steve Haggerty. Haynes went down to
First, I guess
Rickwood
Andy to throw first. Game on.
and Steve Brown in his first two games. Jenkins has the darts in this one.
$180.
He makes a perfect start, his second 180 of the day, although he's also had 3 visits between 171 and 177.
$59.
Did ask a little quiz question in the previous match, just for your entertainment, a bit of
96.
Thursday fun at the Online Darts Live League. Steve Brown's hit 2 career 9 darters. Who were they against? I will reveal the answer in his next match. You've got time to get your answers in at Darts Live League and at Chris Murphy 180. And there is a prize.
140.
The prize is the satisfaction of being right.
105.
And some people have been already, but I'll wait till that match to give them the shout out they deserve.
97.
Right now I'm busy
And he
shouting
won
in this 98 finish for Andy Jenkins. But he's not really helping me with that.
78. Johnny require 124.
124 for Haynes to take the opening leg against the throw. 54 for the bullseye.
Game on the
it's
first
absolutely
leg.
superb.
Johnny Haynes.
A slam dunk from the punk. Single 20, 54, and then a beautiful bull to break. Andy
Second
Jenkins
Johnny to throw first.
will have felt that one. And you can see that he felt it.
65.
Haynes had offered hardly anything in that leg, or indeed on this day up to that point, but then he produces a belting finish like that.
137.
This is their 6th meeting at the Live League.
140.
Haynes has won 3 of the previous 5. He also beat Andy Jenkins in their only meeting outside of it back in 2014 in a
60.
quarter-final at the Eastbourne Open.
$59. $99. $40. $100. $119. And he required 105.
So 105 this time for Jenkins as he bids to break back. Was hunting down the treble 18 there with no
48.
success.
Johnny requires 78.
No success for Haynes either, but he will get a dart at double top. Which he
Games on the
hits.
second leg. Johnny
It'll
Haynes.
be another raise of the eyebrows from Andy Jenkins standing behind him, because so far, in terms of outshots, Haynes has hit
I think it's
everything.
Andy to throw first.
Left 124, hit 124, left 78, hit 78. Not only is he 2 out of 2 on doubles,
58.
he's 2 out of 2 on checkout attempts so far in this match.
And
now he's getting the maximums as well. Another eye roll from Andy.
97.
Hang on a minute. Hang about. Oh, look at this.
180.
6 perfect darts from Johnny Haynes. Absolutely superb
40.
stuff
Johnny Rickwood,
from the punk, who has left 141 for a potential 9-dart leg. Double 12. Oh, and Haynes was that close to producing perfection at the Live League. It would have been the first in 2022. Andy Jenkins shows some respect
59.
there to his opponent after that.
24.
Missed double 12. Well, it was closer than that. That's better.
12.
Well, this would be laughable, wouldn't it? Because Johnny Haynes has taken out big finishes out of nowhere twice in this match. This
40.
time he was on a double.
Johnny required
after
12.
8 darts. Imagine if he lost the leg. Just imagine. Just imagine. Well, he won't go for double 3, will he?
No score.
Deciding to bust. Here comes Andy Jenkins. I tell you, it's going to happen.
180.
180 dead cat
12.
shot from Andy Jenkins. And Haynes now will have to go for double 3.
Haynes
Oh, he
on the
gets
third
it.
leg.
I really
Johnny
thought
Haynes.
that he was going to end up losing that leg after missing double 12 for a 9-dart with Jenkins way, way back. But Haynes
Well, look, it's
bails
Johnny to throw
himself out
first. Game
on
on.
double 3. And it was 8 darts to leave a double.
125.
And then 9 darts to hit one from Johnny Haynes there. From brilliant to bizarre.
59. 43.
Has produced a perfect leg once before. That came at a Players' Championship event in the PDC.
54.
Back in 2014 in Crawley. And it came against Yella Clarkson.
81.
6-2 success for Haynes on that day. He was beaten in the following round
43.
by Dean Winstanley.
41. 97.
'Back in business. Andy Jenkins has had enough.
171. 97.
Epic kitchen
Johnny
sink
require
throwing
40.
by Johnny Haynes here. And
Game
he sinks
shot
Andy
on the
Jenkins
match.
with a whitewash
Johnny
win.
Haynes.
Well, the only leg where he missed darts at double was that 9-dart attempt where he hit 8 darts to leave a double, then 9 darts to hit one, but a 1-2-4 for starters. He also took out 78 and he completes the job on tops to defeat Andy Jenkins 4-0. A real quick fire thumping of Andy Jenkins. So Rocky goes down to Haynes, who gets his first win of the day, and he was that close to a 9-darter. 5-minute break now, and coming next, Steve Haggerty takes on Robert Rickwood. Hi there, welcome back to the Online Darts Live League here on Sporty Stuff TV, where the action continues with Steve Haggerty against Robert Rickwood. Robert Rickwood from Burnley, a winner on the Challenge Tour, as his opponent is Steve Haggerty, winning an event earlier this year, Challenge Tour 3. Making his debut at the Live League today. Enjoyed a good start when he beat Steve Brown 4-2. Doubled his points tally with a 4-1 win over Andy Jenkins. But then was beaten for the first time by Matthew Edgar 4-0. Edgar sitting pretty at the top of the table after 2 whitewash wins. He did the same thing to Robert Rickwood.
Hey, first, it's Steve to throw first.
Haynes, Brown and Jenkins all have 1 win apiece. Andy Jenkins doing his... losing his rather
45
last match to Johnny Haynes 4-0. A first win for the Punk.
$41. 96.
Haggerty and Rickwood have met a couple of times and have won 1 apiece. Both one-sided affairs either way, both in 2020, once at Q School and once at the first Challenge Tour event of the year. A 5-2 win for Haggerty at the first, a 5-1 win for Rickwood in the second.
83. 41. 60.
'This is the first of the
100.
Final 6 matches today. Both will only have 1 more opponent to meet. Haggerty's will be Haynes, 32. And Rickwood will meet Andy Jenkins once again. The man he's beaten twice. It's already this week.
121.
Edgar, the next match coming up after this, and then Steve Brown will face Jenkins.
99. Robbie, you require 102.
Rickwood looking at 102.
$86.
It's a nice way of doing it, isn't it?
Steve, you require 86.
For double 16 merchants.
$61. Robert, you require 60.
Failing to find the bullseye, so back for double 8 for Robert Rickwood. Well, that might be a bit of a hindrance.
Game shot on the first leg. Robert
avoids
Rickwood.
it completely and takes the first leg. Robert Rickwood breaking immediately and taking control of the tie, 1-0.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
To Robert Rickwood.
$100. 23. 140. 39. 140. 95. Robbie Rook 121. 9.
Well, we almost did have a 9 darter in the last match. That's not the 9 that Robert Rickwood wanted.
124.
Johnny Haynes missing double 12 for the first perfect leg of the year at the Live League. Rickwood can put it right though here with a double top.
72.
180 to leave tops.
100.
Just the
Robbie,
ton.
require 40.
And he can use that.
Game shot on the second
He
leg.
flicked off the
Robert
wrong side of the
Rickwood.
flight there. That's not where he was aiming, but it managed to stay in and stay on course for the double, and he remains on course for a win. 2-0
Look at
Rickwood.
Steve to throw first. $140.
Come from in a good day to Steve Haggerty on debut to a mixed one now, it seems. If he does lose 2 more legs in this match, it'll be 2 wins and 2 defeats.
96.
And whether it's a positive or negative return will all depend on his final game against Johnny Haynes. As for
100.
Rickwood, 4-3 beat Haynes, 4-0 he lost to Matthew Edgar by. And then 4-2 he beat Steve Brown by. So if he gets a win here, it would guarantee
100.
a positive return.
$45. $100. $70.
Would have hoped to have left something smaller than that, and there's a real opportunity here for Rickwood to carry on this run of emphatic victories.
85. Steve, you require
2 of the last 3 games have been
146.
4-0. The other games around it 4-1, 4-2, another 4-0.
94.
Game 4, it has
Well, you
been a
require
day of dominance so
120.
far. The only match going the distance, Rickwood's win over Haynes. Can't get past that though, so the chance of
60.
a whitewash
Steve,
now
you require
significantly
52.
reduced, and it will be impossible if Haggerty can find tops,
on the third
which he
leg.
does, to
Steve
halve the
Haggerty.
deficit in this match. Rickwood, though, remains ahead and has the darts to lead 3-1.
Hopefully it's Robert to throw first. $60. $44. $38. $56. $43. $96. $180.
The first one of the match goes the way of Robert Rickwood.
92.
He
60.
was never going to find a treble after that first start. I do understand staying there on 180, but maybe could have given himself the opportunity
83.
to hit an open bed.
20.
Shanghai it is. Now maybe now go bull bull. Because when he gets a low dart, big chunky darts he
43.
throws,
Steve, you
it's
require
very, very
130.
difficult to get past. Haggerty needs to get past that into the treble to get a dart at the bull himself.
59. Robert, you require 77.
So treble 19 for double 10 for
Aim
3-1.
shot on the fourth leg. Robert Rickwood.
And Robert Rickwood now just 1 away from a third win of the day. A much better return than he had in Group A earlier this week,
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
where he only managed to get 1 win on each date.
44. 49. 100. 140. 137. 140. 85.
Well, in the picture, but Rickwood likely to leave something much more makeable.
140.
Leave something very, very makeable indeed. 32 to win the match, unless Haggerty can put on a show. And it's a no-show. For
48.
Steve.
Robert, you require 32.
Double 8 to get the job done. In
Game
5
shot
legs,
on the
and it is
match.
another
Robert
dominant
Rickwood.
darting display here at the Live League. Robert Rickwood with a 4-1 success against Steve Haggerty to make it 3 wins from 4 matches so far today. He has just 1 left to play, as does Haggerty, who will be looking to make it a positive return on his Live League debut. But it's a good display from Rickwood there to get his 3rd victory. He will take on Andy Jenkins in the penultimate match of the day. Haggerty still to face Haynes, but the next match coming up at 12 is Johnny Haynes against Matthew Edgar. We'll see you for that. Thanks for staying with us here on Sporty Stuff TV, the home of the Online Darts Live League, and we now have a matchup between a man who almost produced perfection in the last match against the league leader in Group C. Well, he was the league leader before the last match. My apologies. Made me look silly there, putting that graphic up. Why not just pretend the last game didn't happen anyway? Robert Rickwood currently occupies that spot, but a win for Matthew Edgar would put him back there as he takes on Johnny Haynes, the man who missed double 12 for a 9-darter in the previous match.
Okay, first, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Edgar lost his first match to Andy Jenkins, but has since completed a couple of whitewash wins against Rickwood, who now is the league leader. Possibly temporarily, but that remains to be seen.
97.
If Haynes can get the better of Edgar here. Haynes had lost his first couple of games, but then managed to get a whitewash win against Andy Jenkins himself in his last outing, in which he did miss that double 12
100
for the perfect leg.
$60. $84. $96. $40. $134.
114 an offer for Edgar.
120. Matthew Rook 114.
Took out a 104 earlier today.
94.
Almost.
Johnny required 58.
It's an even higher checkout, but it's Haynes now looking to hold.
Game
and he
shot on the
does.
first leg.
One missed
Johnny
dart
Haynes.
at tops for Matthew Edgar, punished by one hit dart at tops by Johnny Haynes, who holds on to his throw and takes the lead
Second leg is Matthew to throw
in
first.
match 11 of 15 in this daytime session at the Live League.
97.
Back again, of course, this evening from 10 p.m. with the start of Group B.
100. 100. 43. 133. 55. 97.
'Needs another treble to leave a finish.
95. Matthew requires 74.
Good save.
Game shot on the
Good
second
shot.
leg.
Game shot.
Matthew Edgar.
And Edgar levels up by winning the second leg with that rescue act of a 74 finish. Didn't need to rescue it in that turn with
So I guess
Haynes
Johnny to throw first.
not on any kind of
Game
out,
on.
but it was an excellent recovery, having missed the 14 segment with the first start. Treble 17, double 6
30.
for a 15 dart holder throw to level up this match at one apiece.
140.
I said it at the start of the day, and for me, Edgar is the man to beat in this group.
59.
We'll see if that prediction plays out.
140.
But he's produced some really good stuff, and that leg that he lost against Haynes in the opener here, one he could have won,
60.
was his first in 9.
83.
9 out of the last 10 legs, Matthew Edgar, and he's looking likely to break here and make it 10 out of 11.
100. Matthew Rocker 138.
Brilliant. Treble 18. Double 12.
114.
Johnny Haynes knows all about missing that double.
99. Matthew required 24.
Double 6.
Game show on the third leg. Matthew Edgar.
And Edgar takes the lead with a breaker throw there. Twice he hits double 6 to get a 2-1 advantage in this match.
Fourth leg, it's Matthew to throw first.
So Edgar in command. Looking to return to the top of the table.
57. 59. 70. 85. 96. 140. 134.
'I just fancy him to produce something big, Matthew Edgar, pretty soon.
61.
The way he's
Matthew
playing,
Rocker
it's all
144.
simmering away nicely. And this could be it. Oh, it bounced off the barrel.
128.
It's an excellent
Johnny Rocker
setup shot.
156.
Maybe it will be Haynes who produces something enormous. Again, exceptional setup to leave the same double, but Edgar has 3 at it to lead 3-1.
Game shot on
And
the
he
fourth
finds
leg.
it.
Matthew
And
Edgar.
Matthew Edgar is on the charge at the moment here at the Live League. He leads 3-1 and is 1 away from a 3rd straight
Fifth
win
leg, it's Johnny to throw first.
and has won
Game on.
11 of the last 12 legs he's played and missed a dart at tops to win the one he lost.
125. 140. 40. 57. 140. 96. 100.
Well, Haynes looking to stop this surge from prime time.
58. Johnny require 96.
I think he's thinking 3 bulls if he comes back, and he will come back.
48. Matthew require 150.
Do the Simon Whitlock. Well, he's going the conventional way, and he gets to something big that has been coming. Matthew Edgar takes out the 150 checkout, 60, 54, 36. Absolutely exceptional stuff. And he's now won 12 out of his last 13 legs. A 4-1 victory against Johnny Haynes. An average of almost 97. 4 out of 9 on the doubles. And he sealed a wonderful win with a wonderful checkout. That 150 finish to return to the top of the Group C table. Well, coming next, it's Steve Brown against Andy Jenkins, and it's just 5 minutes away. Stay with us. Welcome back. 4 games left to go on the first day of Group C action in the Online Darts Live League, and the first of the 4 is Steve Brown against Andy Jenkins. And we have a look at the table, which has just seen Matthew Edgar reclaim top spot after that 4-1 victory against Johnny Haynes to follow 2 4-0 wins. He did lose to Andy Jenkins earlier today.
Okay, first I get
Jenkins and
Steve
Brown
to throw first.
have only had 1 win.
Game on.
And are battling at the bottom with 2 games left to play. Now, in Steve Brown's last match, I did ask a little bit of a trivia question, and we've had a few tweets in, and I'm going to give shout-outs to the people who got the answer correct. So LCFC Andy, Rumbata 180, Jamie V 543,
100.
all got the correct answer to the question, which was who did Steve Brown hit his 2 professional 9-dart finishers against?
99.
And they were Connie Finnan, the Irishman, and a man who's hit 2 9-dart finishers here at the Live League himself, James Ruthless Richardson. So well
125.
done. Thanks for joining in. And we almost saw a 9-darter, didn't we, a couple of games ago, when Johnny Haynes missed double 12 against Andy Jenkins for a perfect leg. Brown and Jenkins have already met
57.
a couple of times this week. And Jenkins won both of those battles, 4-2 and 4-1. In fact, he's won 3 of their 4 Live League meetings,
161.
all of which have occurred this year. But look at this from Steve Brown.
129.
Well, it's a decent miss in the end. Andy Jenkins
86.
might have marched off if he'd seen that going after Johnny Haynes seemed to hit everything against him. But that's a great dart for Jenkins. A great start in pursuit of the finish.
Game shot on the
and
first
a great
leg.
finish as well.
Andy Jenkins.
Surviving that scare of the dart at the bullseye, Jenkins responds by taking out 86 to break throw in leg 1.
So it's Andy to throw first.
They've met many a time over the years, this pair. 4 meetings here
100.
at the Live League. And 10 meetings away from it.
85.
Although, before they did do battle earlier this year at the Live League, it was the first time in 6 years.
100. $58.
Steve Brown's only victory today came over Johnny Haynes, a 4-2 success, having gone down by that scoreline to both Steve Haggerty
100.
and Robert Rickwood.
$96. $95. $65. Stevie require 121.
So missed the ball for a 1-6-1 to win the first leg. But hits the ball for a 1-2-1 to win the second leg. Brilliant from Steve Brown, who levels up the tie at 1 apiece thanks to that beautiful bullseye.
Steve to throw first.
And it's a break back by Brown via the bull.
140.
With Andy Jenkins waiting on 97.
100. $57. 140. 140. 137. Stevie Rock 164. 100. Andy Rock 124.
Well, can Jenkins get his own back? Needed the 54 for a dart at the
56.
bullseye himself, so
Stevie requires 64.
treble 16 or treble 8. Nice big target to aim at. Finds the treble 16 for double 8.
Aims on the
And
third
it's a
leg.
nice, neat
Steve
finish
Brown.
from Steve Brown, who has turned this match on its head with back-to-back combo finishes. A 1-2-1 followed by a 64. And he's now averaging
is Andy
100,
to throw
Steve Brown, after 3 legs. And he leads the match 2-1.
83.
This is the best of Brown that we've seen so far this week at the Live League. Good time to say that, wasn't it? Thanks,
80.
Steve. Puts it right with the last dart. We'll let him off. We saw the best of Andy Jenkins when he won his first match against Matthew Edgar, hitting 2 177s, a 171 and a 180 in a 4-2 success against the man who now leads the league table. After losing 4 of those 6 legs, has won 12 of 13
59.
since then. He will be in action against Steve Brown in the final match of the day. Before that, Johnny Haynes and Steve Haggerty and Andy Jenkins against Robert Rickwood, who's been something of a nemesis to Rocky.
66.
This week, the Rock keeps beating Rocky.
$45. 85. 45. 131.
Good setup.
146.
Steve Brown, though, takes a big deep breath and takes aim at the 146. Jenkins will come back. Looking at double 16
94.
for parity.
And he requires 32. Game shot on the 4th leg.
And it is all
Andy
square
Jenkins.
in this darting duel between Brown and Jenkins. Jenkins has won their 2 meetings so far this week. Can he make it 3 on the spin?
Steve to throw first. Game on.
Brown hasn't even managed to force a last leg decider in any of those, but holding his throw here would see him get to 3 legs against Jenkins for the first time this week.
100. 45. 95. 60. 136. 83. Steve, you require 170.
How about the big fish for Steve Brown? Another
130.
He's apparently had problems with fish this week. Feeling a little bit unwell
60. Steve, you require 40.
as a result of something that he ate that came out of the ocean.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
But he seems to
Steve
be in
Brown.
good shape here. Steve Brown lands tops to move on to 3 legs and 1 away from a win over Andy Jenkins, who has
Looks
the
like it's
throw
Andy to throw first.
in leg 6. This is a really decent display from Steve Brown, and it's kind of what we've been waiting for.
43.
For Bomber to produce better stuff.
49. 60. 99. 134.
First close game for a while. It was 4-3 between Rickwood and Haynes earlier today.
138.
4-2, 4-0, 4-1, 4-2, 4-0, 4-2, 4-0, 4-1 and 4-1.
59.
'Brown on the wrong end of a couple of those 4-2s. Jenkins on the wrong end
96.
of a 4-0 and a 4-1.
135. Stevie Rock 119.
To win. 60 for tops. Andy Jenkins gets a stay
79.
of execution at the
Rock
very
70.
least. Cheeky little tops to leave the target there. But it's 2 darts at double 8 for Rocky.
Game
Who's
shot on the
still
6th
fighting
flag.
in this one.
Andy Jenkins.
And he forces a last leg decider with that 70 finish. Brown waiting on tops for the match, but Jenkins still in it.
7 from final leg. It's Steve to throw first. $60.
And only 60 to start by Steve Brown. Is Andy Jenkins sniffing blood here?
60.
Well, he's not sniffing out trebles. Can only match the score of 60 from Steve Brown.
45.
But I feel sure he'll better that one. Watch this now, big 5. Well, he's switching
97.
to make sure he didn't match him, and he does find a treble. Just getting his nose in front here, Andy Jenkins, and it's a disastrous deciding leg so far
78.
from Steve Brown. That's the first treble he's found, and a couple of the scores have included wayward darts as well.
92.
Jenkins still with a slight advantage after 9 darts apiece, about halfway through the 501. But here comes Brown putting things right.
95.
Again, one drifts wide. Jenkins is first to a finish in the decider. Remember, he has won both of his battles with Brown this week. None of them have gone as close as this.
97. And he requires 152.
Perfectly poised. 1-5-2 and throwing. Or 1-2-6 and waiting. And you'd now rather have the latter because you are going to get a go, Steve Brown.
140.
And I tell you what, you are going to have to
Stevie
take it
require
out.
126.
419's the minimum requirement for a dart at the bull. A target he's already hit to win a leg in this match. But there is no bull for Steve Brown.
98. And he required 12.
And Andy Jenkins looks at double 6. Goes down for double 3.
Game
which he
shot on the
finds
match.
to inflict
Andy
a
Jenkins.
3rd straight defeat on Steve Brown this week. Jenkins gets his 2nd win of the day, defies a higher average from his opponent, and wins 4-3 after taking out that double three in the last leg decider. So 4 points on the board now for Andy Jenkins. He could still get a positive return today when he takes on Robert Rickwood in the penultimate match of the session. But before that, we're going to see Johnny Haynes go head-to-head with Steve Haggerty. That is coming right up. Welcome back. Group C starting to take shape here at the Live League as it approaches its halfway stage. Each player with one more game to play today, and the first of those three is Johnny Haynes against Steve Haggerty. And here is how the table looks, with Haynes on 2 points, Haggerty on 4, looking to join the league leaders. Remember, the top two go through at the end of tomorrow's action when they all play each other again. So a win for Haynes here would keep it quite close, quite interesting, but Haggerty can put himself in a three-way tie for the lead. Andy Jenkins takes on Robert Rickwood to join him and Edgar on 6 as well, and then Steve Brown faces Edgar in the last match of the day.
It feels like it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Johnny Haynes has been hit and miss, and he hit.
60.
Hit 8 perfect darts earlier, before missing double 12 for a 9 dart, and then taking 9 darts to finish that leg.
60.
From that point, he lost out to Robert Rickwood in his opener 4-3, 4-2 to Steve Brown in game 2, and then
85.
that match where he had that 9 dart attempt beat Andy Jenkins 4-0. Since they've been beaten 4-1 by Matthew Edgar. Well, it started well on debut for Steve
77.
Haggerty. He defeated Steve Brown 4-2 and then got the better of Jenkins 4-1, but went down 4-0 to Edgar.
59.
And 4-1 to Rickwood. So Haynes looking to get his second win of the day. Haggerty looking to get his third and make it a positive return on his first day
41.
at the Online Darts Live League. Has never played Johnny Haynes before.
99.
Former PDC professional. Now 57 years of age. Plying his trade on the World Seniors Tour.
42. Stevie Rickwood 130.
And here at the Live League, and of course in the WDF, where he made the World Championship. Look at this though from Haggerty.
140.
Showing what he can do. Why he won a Challenge Tour earlier this year. Great attempt. At the 130, didn't need to go the 60-20 ball route, with Haynes unable to finish.
16.
And almost took it out.
Game shot on the first
Before
leg.
returning
Steve
to land
Haggerty.
the double 8 to get a break immediately in this match. And it is advantage Haggis in this one.
So look at Steve to throw first.
I won't do the joke about Haynes making an awful start.
60.
But a poor leg from Johnny Haynes. On throw. Was on 118 when
83.
Haggerty went out in his 6th visit to the board.
91. 83. 60. 60. 81. 130. 137. Johnny Rickwood 145.
Well, Haggerty looking to double his lead after a
30. Stevie
bit of a
Rickwood
mess
72.
from Johnny Haynes there. Another for tops. And
Game
he's
shot
well
the
on top
second
in
leg.
this one.
Steve
Steve
Haggerty.
Haggerty will be very happy with how his debut day is going, particularly if he wins 2 more legs in this one. It will be 3 out of 5 on his first outing
Look,
at
it's
the Online
Johnny to
Darts
throw
Live
first.
League.
Game on.
And Haynes not at the races at all. There you can see the difference between the pair. It's all scruffy and
44.
scrappy. This is a man who threw 8 perfect darts in a leg earlier today.
135. 140. 58.
Better from Haynes, a 140. His first two treble turn of the match.
60.
He's only had one treble turn in the game. Steve Haggerty's had 4 of those.
71. 99. 133. Johnny Rickwood,
Good switching.
158.
Finding the treble 18. But that's a good guide for Johnny Haynes. He gets a dart at double 19.
139. Steve, you require 104.
A scare for Steve, but it could be 3-0 if he can clean up 104. Well, it's still on 57. Can't manage it now.
80. Johnny require 19.
So Haynes will get his second and third darts at
No
double.
score.
Well, Johnny required 19
Steve
and hit
required
19,
24.
but unfortunately in this game you have to finish on a double, and he doesn't get darts 2 and
Teams
3
on
at
the
double.
third lane.
And Steve
Haggerty.
Haggerty is given an absolute gift there by Johnny Haynes, and he takes it gratefully and leads 3-0.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
And indeed has the
Game.
darts to complete a whitewash win.
99. 44. 99. 140. 95. 95. 140. 140.
Well, it may be
Steve
too late
requires 68.
from Haynes, who by a mix of Haggerty's good performance and his own mess
48.
has only had one dart
Johnny
double in
require
this match.
82.
Should get one more now. He does at tops. And
Game's on the
Haynes
fourth
pins
leg.
it
Johnny Haynes.
to avoid the whitewash defeat. A nice 82 finish there with Haggerty waiting, having missed a dart to win the
think it's
match
Johnny to
himself,
throw
but it's a breaker
first.
throw for
Game
Johnny
on.
Haynes. That will be an annoyance for Steve Haggerty, who, as you can see, has
100.
a much higher average than his opponent. In the 90s at the moment, Steve Haggerty,
140.
for what would be the first time today.
100. 140.
Well, it's a good response to being broken, this. Back-to-back ton 40s from the Essex ace.
45. 81.
And he leaves 140 after 9 to win it in style.
140. Stevie Rock 140.
Been a leg full of 140s. Will it finish with one? Another in there. And double 10 would have
100.
completed the
Johnny
combo.
McQuarrie,
Instead, he tees up tops and
160.
hopes that Haynes does not hit. Difficult now. And he needed that
60.
treble for a dart at double 18.
Stevie
So
requires
having missed
40.
one match dart already, Steve Haggerty has 3 more. Great guide. But he can't use it. Double 10.
Game,
And
shot
that
on the
one
match.
does go. A
Steve
4-1
Haggerty.
success for the debutant at the Online Darts Live League, Steve Haggerty, over Johnny Haynes, who ends his day with just 1 win. And Steve Haggerty, in his first outing here, has managed to get 3. That was his best performance by far as well. A 93.19 average, a 50% double success rate, and 72 the highlight for him. Johnny Haynes, well, he made a mess at times on finishers, but took out a nice 82 on tops. But that was the only highlight for Haynes, who has lots of work to do tomorrow. That pair will be back then. We'll be back in a few minutes' time with Andy Jenkins taking on Robert Rickwood. On we go then, just 2 games left today at the Live League in Group C anyway, and it's Andy Jenkins against Robert Rickwood in the penultimate match of the session. Jenkins looking to join Haggerty Rickwood himself and Edgar on 6 points in this fight for the top 2 spots. Rickwood looking to go top of the table before Matthew Edgar takes on Steve Brown in this afternoon's curtain closer.
Right, first leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Rickwood has been a bit of
100.
a nemesis to Rocky so far this week. Beat him 4-3
45.
on Tuesday, despite Jenkins being 3-1 up in that one, and then again 4-2 yesterday.
60. 120. 100. 78. 100.
'Will it be Rocky's revenge?
45.
141.
141.
2 visits to do it.
130.
Too good, Andy. Was looking for the 25 with that last dart. Would have left 36 instead.
34. And he
Has to
required 11.
waste a dart, but Robert Rickwood has wasted most of his
No
darts
score.
in this leg. Well, he's done exactly what Johnny Haynes did in the last match. Missing the big 3, hitting the big 19, busting his score, and allowing Rickwood a way into the leg. Pressure piled on.
114.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
And he required
Rejected,
11.
leaving Rickwood dejected. And
Game
Andy
shot on the
Jenkins
first leg.
returns to pin
Andy
the finish
Jenkins.
and to take the lead in this match. 11 was the out, and Jenkins is 1 up with a hold.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on. $21.
And a real opportunity from the off in leg 2 for Andy Jenkins. Hasn't
58.
punished.
$24.
Well, Rickwood is all over the place here. 21 followed by 24, and this time Andy Jenkins does
180.
apply maximum punishment with his 4th 180 of the day. His 7th score of 170 or more.
140. 59. 75.
Just another bounce out for Robert Rickwood. That's 1 in each leg so far, and it's out of 60 and 57. Really giving Andy Jenkins a helping hand. Can assure you that it's just the way his darts have collided with each other, and not Andy Jenkins' mate
100.
standing behind the
And he
board with a
requires
hammer.
64.
Double 8.
Game shot on the second leg.
Those are sticking
Andy
in.
Jenkins.
And he's sticking it to Robert Rickwood at the moment as he bids to get some sweet revenge, having lost twice this week against this
Andy
opponent.
to throw first.
Rocky leads a rock 2-0.
90. 140. 100.
good day so far, Rickwood, and he's averaged much higher than that.
58.
Certainly in his last victory.
100.
Had a 90-plus average against Steve Brown and mid-80s against Steve Haggerty and Johnny Haynes.
95.
He was thumped 4-0 by Matthew Edgar in his second game of the day. Jenkins the only man to beat Edgar so far. That was the very first match of the session. A 4-2 win. Then went down 4-1 to Steve Haggerty and 4-0 to Johnny Haynes before getting the better of Brown in a last leg decider.
100. And he required 152. $100. Robert, you require 108.
Can he slot one in the treble? He can for double top.
Game
Rickwood
on the
back
third
in
leg.
business here.
Robert Rickwood.
A 2-1 lead for Andy Jenkins as Rickwood piles in a 108. The Gedwin Price way.
First. Game on. $81. $60. $140. $97. $85. $60. $95. $140.
It's looking good for Andy
require
Jenkins,
100.
but Rickwood now poised to level up at 2-2. May go tops. Decided against it with Jenkins on a
and
huge finish. But has only left himself a maximum of 2 at double when he returns, thanks to a wayward darts.
61. Robert, you require 55.
Did not mean that.
45.
It's all got a little bit
And you require
scruffy towards the
83.
end of the leg here for Rickwood, and it may give Andy Jenkins a chance. 16 for the bull.
58.
Can't plant it
Robert, you require 10.
on the red button. But it's double 1 for Robert Rickwood.
Games on the
Found
fourth leg.
for parity.
Robert Rickwood.
2 apiece in this penultimate clash of the first day of Group C action. Jenkins still has the advantage of throwing
It's
first,
Andy to throw first.
but will be antagonised by the Rickwood response.
59.
Matthew Edgar and Steve Brown still to play, and then we will return this evening live here on Sporty Stuff TV for Group B with Martin Adams,
81.
Jared Cole, Graham Usher, Justin Smith and Dan Reed.
85.
For me in that group, Reed is a man to beat. Has won more than 60% of his games at the Live League.
100. $58. $60.
Well, 19's probably should be the start here for Andy Jenkins, but he's not thinking about that.
43.
Rickwood would love a straight ton, but it's rare when he has low darts that he manages to locate the treble 20.
100.
Has done on this occasion after stepping across to do so. And Jenkins needs at least the same.
100.
That's all he gets. It's advantage Robert Rickwood, who looks to make it a third straight leg, and Andy Jenkins cannot get rid of this pest of an opponent.
40. And he require 156.
Can you get rid of the 156 to help his cause? There is the answer straight away.
100.
The way things have gone between this pair, you'd probably think this will go. Andy Jenkins will think it'll go. But again, a low dart on the treble 20.
40.
And then he tries to fire one in the tops to leave that target. Misses it completely. That helps Andy Jenkins. Relieves a bit of pressure.
On the fifth leg.
He shows him where
Andy
it is.
Jenkins.
And gets himself back in front. Andy Jenkins, 3-2 to the good against Robert Rickwood, looking for his first win.
Six against Robert to throw first. Game on.
Having lost twice in Group A.
$100.
Should point out they actually did play in the Challenge Tour back in 2018, and Jenkins did win on that occasion.
30. $80. 58. 41. 60. 125.
Well, a flyer from Robert Rickwood, but still looking likely to set up a sudden death shootout.
58. Robert, you require 155.
Treble 19. Double 19.
Game
Brilliant
shown
finish
the sixth
to
leg.
force that last leg
Robert
decider.
Rickwood.
A 155 combination completed by Robert Rickwood, who's worked his way back into this match and is looking for another victory
against Andy to throw first.
against Andy Jenkins, who he seems to have some kind of hoodoo over.
55.
Who do you think will win? I have to say, after the opener, Rickwood may become favourite if he can find a treble or two. There's one.
81.
Well, that's a let-off in the end for Andy Jenkins. He was fearing the worst when he saw the first fly in.
137.
He fires in two big trebles.
98. 100. 140. 60.
'Rickwood is going to be well placed.
138, and he requires 149.
Andy Jenkins may have to take this out, and he's not going to. And he cannot get rid of Robert Rickwood this week.
99. Robert, you require
win.
44.
On Tuesday for Rickwood, a win on Wednesday,
24.
but maybe not on Thursday. Maybe Thursday
And he require 50.
is Jenkins' day. 2 darts at double 16. And
Boom,
Rocky
shot down the match.
rocks the rock.
Andy
Finally,
Jenkins.
he gets rid of Robert Rickwood, who had beaten him twice this week. But Jenkins surviving a match start there before going on to win 4-3. His doubling was very impressive in that one. 4 out of 5 in that department, including the finish there to win the match of 50. 64 his highest, the highest of the match. That brilliant 155 to set up the last leg decider. But Rickwood missed a dart in it and saw Jenkins win it to join him on 6 points. So the opportunity is there for Matthew Edgar to lead the league table outright overnight, and we will find out if that's what will happen when he takes on Steve Brown in our final game of the day. Stay tuned. On we go then, the last match of the day here at the Live League. Well, for this session anyway, we will be back this evening at 10 p.m. for Group B. But who will be leading Group C overnight? We're about to find out. And it probably, and in fact it will be Matthew Edgar on leg difference, but will he be shared 4 ways for the title, or will he pull 2 points clear and leave Steve Brown stranded at the foot of the table with Johnny Haynes? It's nice and neat. The race for the top 2 is going to be very, very tasty tomorrow. But Matthew Edgar can do himself a big favour by winning his 4th match on the spin here and getting the better of Brown to put himself firmly in pole position.
$140.
Never actually done battle before, despite being 2 of the sport's more familiar faces. Edgar losing just 1 match today. That was the very first one of the day against Andy Jenkins.
55.
A 4-2 defeat to Rocky, but has since enjoyed a real fine run of form with 12 legs won out of the following 13 after that defeat. 4-0 wins over Steve Haggerty.
$96. $100.
Robert Rickwood. To jog my memory then. Yeah, Robert Rickwood and Steve Haggerty, 4-0, 4-0, and then 4-1, he beat Johnny Haynes by. Excellent stuff. And he's looking to make a strong start here. 108. Treble 19, will it be? It is. 19. And double 16.
76. Stevie require
choices
110.
for Steve Brown on this target. Going for treble 20, you can't afford to miss either side. Treble 18. Well, he's gone for the bull. Not sure about that one.
60.
Smallest target on the board when there are bigger options available to leave a double. And Matthew Edgar looking at double 16, about half of it to aim at.
No score.
And he can't find that half.
Steve, you require 50.
So double top for a Brown break.
10.
Over the top though.
Matthew, you require 32.
Edgar off the hook. And this time he hooks the double.
Matthew Edgar.
And Matthew Edgar carries on this rich vein of form at the Live League and leads Steve Brown 1-0 after winning a 30 from his last 14 legs.
$136. $60. $140. $82. $140. $97. Steve, you require 85.
Double top. Double 10. Great leg of dart from Steve Brown in response. A dozen darter to square up this match at 1 apiece. Can he do everybody else a favour and just keep Matthew Edgar on 6 points? If he does that, it's a 4-way tie at the top of the table overnight, with Brown and Haynes in hot pursuit, just 2 points off the pace.
100.
Apologies, Brown 2 points off the pace. Haynes will be remaining on 2.
140.
Just 1 win. An emphatic one though it was, one that almost involved a 9-dart leg.
100.
The story of Steve Brown today for me seems to be that he started games pretty well and then tailed off. Well, after a couple of legs here, he's averaging 100.
58.
And he will be hoping that that story doesn't repeat itself.
$100. 27. 130. 60. Matthew requires 71.
Double top.
51. 60. Matthew, you require 20.
Looking to be clear at the top of the table. Wants double 10. He gets
on the
it
third
to lead
leg.
2-1.
Matthew Edgar.
Advantage Edgar in this last battle of the session. He leads Brown after 3 legs.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
So just to recap what's happened today, Matthew Edgar winning 3 of 4 matches. Only being beaten by Andy Jenkins,
42.
who won 3 of 5 by the end of the day, as has Robert Rickwood. And Steve Haggerty, a debutant here at the Live League.
95.
Edgar, though, looking to go 1 better than that with 4 from 5. But Steve Brown, like Johnny Haynes, just has 1 win. And will be hoping to keep himself in contention for a top 2 finish with a victory
100.
in this last match. It's not the last match you'll see on Sporty Stuff TV today, however, because we will be back underway, opening with Martin Adams against Dan
137.
Reed in Group B tonight, 10 p.m. live. I'll be chatting about the Group B action and what we've witnessed already this week at around 8:25 on Sporty Stuff TV as well, so do tune in for that. Graham Usher, Jared Cole and Justin Smith, the other 3 players
99.
in Group B.
$70.
Are we
Matthew,
going to see
170.
a prime time finish? We're not going to see it. The big fish on this occasion. We saw a
60.
wonderful 150 checkout from Edgar in his previous match. His last one, a 4-1 win against Johnny Haynes.
$121. Matthew, you require 110.
Treble 18 for double 18. Well, he stayed there. Not sure about that.
Yeah. Sorry, did you say? Yeah, that is correct. Sorry. 52. Steve, you require 83.
Brown with a chance to level up. Now 74. Double 17 he's going. He gets it for double top. Oh, wonderful finish. A double-double to bail himself out of trouble. Steve Brown, having misfired with Dart 1, got it perfectly right with Darts 2 and 3.
I think it's Matthew to throw first.
And squares up the game at 2-2. Well, he may have tailed off, but he's still level in the match.
136. $100. 86. 60. 140. 140. Matthew Rickwood, 139.
We'll try and leave tops.
59.
Can't quite manage that.
$105. Matthew, you require 80.
Can he manage the 80? Could be a big exchange, this. Could be a big
James on the
moment.
fifth
Could
leg.
be a big dart.
Matthew Edgar.
For Matthew Edgar, who finds that double top at the end of the 80 to put himself on the brink of a fourth successive win.
See if I get Steve to throw first.
A win that would see him move clear at the top of the Group C table
92.
at the end of the first day's play.
$81. $60. $100. $100. $131. $100. $99.
Well,
Steve,
a
you
decent
require
enough lead. So
149.
Steve Brown may well have to take out this combo if he's to stay in this match at least a little longer, and it's not going to happen. 90 points away then. Matthew Edgar from an overnight
93.
lead in Group
Matthew, you
C.
require 90.
Another single 20. And the bull.
65. Steve, you
Missed
require
match
56.
start for Edgar. Brown takes aim at tops.
36.
But he can't find it, and that could be that.
Matthew, you require 25.
As Edgar
Game shot and the match.
lands double eight
Matthew Edgar.
to put himself clear at the top of the pile at the end of the day. A 4-2 success over Steve Brown. 4 wins on the spin for Matthew Edgar, for whom things are looking up. He's sitting pretty at the top of the Group C table on 8 points overnight, ahead of Robert Rickwood, Steve Haggerty and Andy Jenkins. Steve Brown and Johnny Haynes have an awful lot of work to do if they are going to breach the top 2. Those 2 places will go through to finals night at the end of tomorrow's action. We'll be back tonight here on Sporty Stuff TV with the start of Group B, featuring the likes of Martin Wolfie Adams. It all gets underway at 10 p.m. Do join us. We'll see you tonight.